I really shouldn't have been slower to imp, though. I was on 3 TCs and had, 5 relics. And I didn't add my 4th TC until I was already on the way to imp. And I lost the early Treb initiative because of it. Like, I sniped 2 Trebs and was still behind in Trebs. Faster, yeah. Alrighty, we're still not done with this. Okay, now we're done with the Civ Draft. Thank goodness. I knew I had time to play a game. I knew it. Oh, I heard back! I heard back from my job interview. 3-0? For whom? Oh, my dad's actually doing well. He wants to cook dinner tonight. Of course, I need to go to the store. Monday, May 18th, from 12:30 to 1 p.m. Oh, boy! Yeah, today was a good day, which we take. Reject resumes? Indeed. Oh, we're not starting on Ringo Mad, are we? No, we're starting on Marshwood. The pay is a little bit lower than I'd like for this position, but you know what? If it gets my foot in the door, I will do it. Employed? I have my first interview. Broken bones I will take. Warehouse, yep. Also, MBL titled the lobby Levis. Or Levi's. Maybe he likes jeans. Maybe he's like Sydney Sweeney and he likes jeans. Most dramas event ever? How many dramas have there been? Because of the whole I've got good genes thing. Remember? She did the ad and she's like, I've got good genes. And it's like, people thought it was coded to like Aryan, blonde hair, blue eyes, like Nazi imagery. Something, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think people way overblow things out of proportion. I mean, I think that it was probably not the smartest idea, but I mean, it gets people talking, right? I didn't even look at it from the you know, the Nazi imagery thing. At first, I thought it was just a reference to her being hot. Warrior? Oh, yes. Say my name and... I don't know, man. Anyway, guys, we are here. It is MBL versus Lewis. This is the losers match. What losers, man? No, Lewis lost to Leary. MBL lost to ACCM in a very close series. Obviously, both of these guys are very good and would love to move on here. Right, so I mean, the argument is that she does a lot of stuff that, you know, dog whistles towards the far right, but I mean, I don't really get it. But again, I'm not really offended by these things, so it's not something I really delve into too closely. She apparently have any products? Have the why do you say that? Anyway, MBL is a couple vills ahead. That must mean a very early loom, and indeed. Four on wood here for MBL. There are lots of foxes here. I mean, this is just like a pretty normal aggressive map. With rocky terrain, as is tradition. Decent amount of food in the middle, although this map in general isn't seen all that often, so it's hard to say exactly what the meta is likely to be. Or it's kind of like a reversed outcrop, yeah. One might call it an in-crop. Even come from? I do not know. I think it's in the open map category. If we double check here, we go to the map category. Yeah, so it's in the same map pool, in the same pool as Crownwood and Morass, both of which are much, much more popular than this one. Anyway, both players are up to feudal age. Lewis clicking up on 20 pop. Okay, so it will be for the men-at-arms approach. Fastest collection? I believe so. Or it's definitely the fastest gold collection, and I think it's the fastest collection of all sources. Well, I know, man. Alright, militia coming on out. Both players opting for the Men-at-Arms rush. A little weird to see this from Mongols, though. Archery range immediately coming in here for MBL. We do not see that quite yet from Lewis. He's not getting double bid axe either. But yeah, as I was saying, the whole thing with this opening with Mongols is it doesn't really get you ahead. Yes, this was the Fast Castle Grenadier map. That was, I think, the last time I've seen it. Anyway, Men-at-Arms are showing up, and I really just don't love this approach from Lewis. It's like I'm playing Arena versus Timberhawkvandi. Where the brain cylinders were not firing on full power. Anyway, that's 2 kills immediately right there. MBL's getting quick ball himself in. Now, do you feel like MBL is a pretty good matchup against all the up-and-coming hamsters? Where MBL, like, it gets to be a point when MBL just can't play MBL style because it's slightly inefficient. Versus, like, the tippy-top players. But against, like, all of these up-and-comers who don't have completely flawless mechanics, MBL's adaptability and in-game decision-making is really, really sound. Iron Pagodas? I like Iron Pagodas. Need to experience MBL. I mean, how many games did Hera lose to MBL on the ladder? Back in the Voobly days, man. My very first cast ever was a Hera versus MBL ladder game. Alright, Wheelbarrow coming in nice and early for MBL. It's not because he was housed, I think, so not too sure why he's getting it so soon. You don't really need it this early. What on Hera? Oh boy. Anyway, it's tower time. Obviously, rough start here for Lewis. He's already 400 resources behind, and this is just not really what he's looking to do here. That said, he's got his scouts follow-up, which is already in itself atypical. Gonna be going over to Stone there. But Scotty doesn't know. And that villagers... There you go, Lewis. Yeah, that was a little bit of the S word from MBL. Oh, no arson yet. I guess. No, don't lose the Vil, MB. Spearman is here. Oh, no. Oh, it's a Leary army. Oh, jeez. Honestly, this game, it really feels... You know, this really does remind me of the old Hera versus MBL games. Where it's just the in-game decision-making is so good from MBL, things get a little weird, and he is just adapting to it perfectly. I thought it would be a little too much to get that tower up defensively, but it's working. Anyway, there's still the Spearman over there. There are 5 scouts for MBL, so he'll eventually, for Lewis, and he will eventually clean up all of MBL's Garbaggio here. But those Men-at-Arms aren't really accomplishing a whole lot. MBL's still well ahead in terms of resources. It's also fletching v no fletching, which does mean that this tower was actually placed, I think, 1 tile too far back. I mean, I gotta make 11. Oh, I punch him. Oh, scouts are here. But the tower is doing a lot of damage. Oh boy. Is this a fight that MBL's okay taking? I think it might be. Because he's going to free up the wood line. He did lose 2 to 3 villagers. But he's cleared up everything from his opponent.
Shot it.
Anyway, now we have a chicken suit man queued up. MBL is getting housed, as is tradition. There's getting town watch, as is tradition. MBL's still not making a house. Nope, he wasn't even making a house. And if at first you don't succeed, tower rush again. The age-old mantra. Well, that will be forced to be denied for now. Resources collected still in favor of MBL. Res destroyed is a bit in favor of Lewis, though. And with +1 defense in, it's going to be much more difficult to take these efficient fights. That said, Lewis is still ahead in food collected. Neither player is especially close to the castle age. MBL's mining a fair bit of stone. MBL also has that wheelbarrow upgrade, of course, so his farms are a lot better. That said, there is some mouflon. Actually, there's a lot of mouflon here in the middle. Oh, nice interception here from Lewis. First major mistake here from MBL. So actually only loses 1 archer. Plumin into boomin'. That sounds like something MBL would do in this situation. But MBL's not done with the feudal age yet. It is tower time. No blacksmith upgrades versus 3 of the 4 available to the Mayans. Only missing fletching. Yeah, I do think it's definitely a good idea to keep Lewis off of the hunt. A lot of units queued up here for MB. Of course, Lewis is going to try and utilize that mobility advantage. That said, we're in a pretty awkward situation where you can try and snipe some reinforcements, but MBL, he's got the tower here, right? He forces the engagement. And this is a great way to nullify the better mobility of your opponent, right? Put them in a situation where they have to take fights. That said, Lewis will get his tower up. And tower actually will get an archer. And another tower! That said, you have to be really careful of an overchop here. And that scoot mobility is pretty scootable. It's like Lewis has researched scootage. Everybody's favorite unique tech in the entirety of Age of Empires. Oh, that might be a Deadville. Oh, screws up the micro a little bit. But yeah, Lewis off the hunt. 3 vills on food. MBL also has very little food. But MBL is, I'm sure, much happier with the current state of affairs. He's also getting his own bill, and Mayans are certainly a civ that are very happy to take lots of hunt. Not as good a bonus specifically for hunt as Goths, but still a nice advantage. And he's going to keep up with the towering. Scouts plus skirms. Fletching is coming in. Finally, we have the first blacksmith upgrade for Lewis at the 21+ minute mark. Doing a nice job trying to focus the archers is Lewis. Tower's in, though. Oh, boy, and several scouts go down. This mill's having a really tough time, man. This water wheel just wants to water wheel. Is that really too much to ask? Right, market coming in here for Lewis. MBL also building a market, but MBL should have a much easier time getting to the castle edge. MBL's gonna build another tower on the other side? Huh? I reckon. Alright, lots of market usage there for Lewis, but he doesn't have any gold. He can try and sell stone all he wants. Oh. Here's a water wheel. MBL clicks up. Lewis should be hot on his heels, but a little bit ugly. Unlike me. The opposite of me, in fact. Gets the kill there. I don't think. Yeah, because I'm freaking hot AF, man. Alright, archers coming on in. There are 4 villas on stone. Now, this isn't going to be enough for a castle upon reaching its namesake age. So it's likely still going to be at least for some sort of crossbowman pressure. It's a little difficult for MBL to make a transition because his army is like 1/3 of everything. Oh, yeah. All right, archery range incoming. One-third of a transition. You know what? I can't argue with that. Anyway, what's Lewis's plan? It's going to be skirmishers and cav archers. Of course it is. Gotta love, like, the Saladin 3 army where you have a bunch of spearmen and skirmishers in, like, that don't do anything. And then you have 4 cav archers in the feudal age. Sometimes I wonder what the devs were thinking back then. Anyway, it's CA time versus the Igelos. Second TC is going to be attempted, but MBL is right over here. Neither player knows about the other, but MBL is coming on in, and Lewis is going to need a quick reaction. MBL was just patrolling, so honestly, Lewis had the opportunity to quick wall there. Lewis will still bring forth his army. Yeah, the freaking 75 pop limits are rough, man. Alright, Elite Skirmisher coming in as well. This is the most hamstery of all hamster armies. Now, MBL has no ranged upgrades, other than feudal age ones. So, it's all infantry. So, Lewis is going to clean this up. MBL's getting his own second TCN, but he's lost his whole army here in the process. And the CA numbers are now slowly climbing. Bodkin's now coming in for MB as well. And once Squires is in, it's going to be tricky, right? Because both players are going to have a very difficult time defending against raids. Yet, if both armies run into each other, the Cav Archers should win pretty easily. Aw, those poor sheepers. All by their lonesome with the... Wait, this game has owls? Why does it look exactly like a falcon? I mean, I guess it's a little stockier, like an owl. But the icon still looks like a falcon. I literally did not even know this. Alright. Skirmish upgrades coming in from MBL. Monastery here for Lewis. Of course, MBL just trying to hold off the skirmishers, or hold off the cav archers with skirmishers, and then get into his raiding capabilities. Oh, so that's also a good point. Still, neither player close to a castle. MBL's going to add the third TC. What is that siege workshop, Lewis? What? Does he have a Vilca? He does. All right.
How'd she get? Shot it. How'd she get?
All right. CA get a couple kills there. This is certainly a very awkward game state for MBL.
Yeesh.
Eagles themselves get a kill. But the Cav Archers are scaling in numbers a lot faster. And MBL's still very far away from his own castle. He doesn't have +2 defense. He doesn't have ballistics. And that Siege Workshop's coming in, guys. Lewis is trying to claw his way back into this one. Eco's still a lot better for MBL. Lewis has been taking good... Actually, MBL's been taking slightly better fights. It's close. And now a defensive watchtower is incoming. Honestly, you could think about guard tower. How many towers does MBL have? I mean, you have 8 towers. You might as well get guard tower. But... c'est un problème. Oh, kills. Starting to climb. We have a few more chicken suit men over here, though. And that tower will be completed. Mangonel is on its way, though. Good quick walls there from Lewis. Where's the Universidad, man? And there it is, just as I say it. I'm gonna yoink that relic right there, but the Mangonel's in, and it will have the high ground, so this watchtower is gonna go down very quickly. You do need to repair, though, Lewis. He's fine. Still, it's a lot of multitasking required here from both players. That said, MBL is wading through the chaos a lot more effectively in terms of getting his eco down. Ballistics is going to be prioritized before guard tower, which is fine. You could justify, I think, one or the other. Burls would get guard tower first. Tata would get guard tower first, but MBL gets ballistics first. Okay, Sneak's the 1-for-1 trade there, and it shouldn't have even been that. Was this tower necessary? Yes. Oh, that is a very unfortunate monk location. Yeah, you want something to slow down Mangonels from attacking your TC. Alright, scouts go down. Attempted snipe there of the Eagles, but the skirms are in. They still don't have that +2 defense, though. Good blocking from Lewis. Oh, and it's just such an awkward Siege Workshop location for MBL. It's like he's perpetually attacking uphill. So yeah, now you really do want to get guard tower, though, as MBL has lost basically his entire army. The CA are really starting to scale quite effectively. I really think guard tower would be a good idea. I mean, it keeps you nice and safe. 4th TC here for MBL. 9-4 TC play. You know they're an old school player. Bosaw just now coming in for Lewis, though. MBL's had that for a very long time. Are the reason the eco is so much better for him. Great Mangonel hit there. Cav Archers might come in and actually snipe both. That's going to be a kill there, and the Cav Archers might get the other one. Looks like they will not. And despite my dreams of guard tower being dead, at the very least, MBL is relatively safe. And there's certainly something to be said for that, as Lewis is trying to expand to TCs 3 and 4 on the other side. With ballistics now in for the skirmishers, the Cav Archers are going to be having a much more difficult time. Quite the chaotic game number 1, for sure. It was bought 400 stone. Another couple kills there. MBL's actually ahead in the eco KD, though, which is a little surprising. Another Mangonel being trained over there. Alright, it's castle dropping time. Much like it's robot fighting time. Predicting each other? I think it's more of just natural transitions. Castle's up, and of course that means Mangudai production can start as well. MBL never did get that +2 defense, which would be very nice to have for his Cav Archers, or against the Cav Archers. Still, that TC is denied for the time being. MBL might be thinking about Imperial Age, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
Shot it. Adults.
Cav Archer's still stuck in the back. Lewis has completely cut military production, though. And MBL is on the way to the Imperial Age. Lewis also picked up 5 relics. Wow, really, really nice from him. Castle over there to the west for MBL. This is certainly a matchup you don't want to let go post-imp if you're Mayans. A shocker, I know. And what is MBL's Imperial Age unit of choice going to be? You could try to swamp him with Elite Eagle Warriors. You could try and defend until skirmishers until you're at like 140 bills and then make a gold unit transition. Campaign map, yeah. Alright, Iron Casting and all the barracks is certainly indicative. He's gonna be going two-handed swordsman. And he is making some plume. I mean, to be fair, you do want to get to Elite Plumed Archer plus, or ARP, but ideally Elite Plumed Archer plus Eagle Warrior. Lions don't do many units well, but the ones they do well, they do very well. That is always the case. Whoa, hold on, why is... Huh? Why is Lewis going Knights? I mean, I guess he's going to clean this stuff up, which is good for him, for sure, but... This is a lot of investment. I mean, it's catching MBL off guard. Like, this, like, good value, for sure, but is it worth all of the losses here? And the delay of the Imperial Age? Because this is the real issue. MBL just cancels some of his units, gets Elite Chicken Suit Man almost immediately, and I do not think Lewis can stop this. Villager numbers are even, and the eco upgrades have gotten there for Lewis, but you can just see that 4,000 resources advantage. Do I own a chicken suit? I can neither confirm nor deny. And, I mean, what are you going to do? Transition into Mangudai on one castle when you're slower to imp? That's not how this works, guys. Vulcan, what is a whole can? Is it like a half can, but 2 of them? +4 defense coming in now. I mean, they got nothing to stop this. And beer, ah, yes. Notice that I don't call them the Maya, I call them the Mayans. Does that make me racist? Maybe it does. Although last time I checked, both Mayans and Maya are grammatically correct. I refuse to call them camel riders or arbalesters. I'm just an old curmudgeon. Alright, Blast Furnace coming in as well. There's El Dorado. Or whole cans. Hulkans were actually the elite warriors of the Mayan military. Hulkan Eagles. Hulkan. Guys, Lewis is going Mongol Cavalier. Now, I say Mongol skirmishers are an exercise in futility. Mongol knights are, I literally never even see this in Imperial Age, so... yeah. Literally, why not go Steppe Lancers? Is there any advantage to going Cavalier over Steppe Lancers here? Anyway, Chicken Suit Men fully upgraded. Our man puppet. Yes, exactly. Finally, somebody gets it. Oh, that's somebody else's castle. Like, if that was Lewis's castle, I'm like, I don't know, man. Anyway, this game's pretty over. Lewis didn't play poorly, but you could certainly see the difference in experience. It's been a weird sort of game. Lewis simply just doesn't have the number of games under his belt to know all of these transitions as well as he needs to. Especially compared to somebody like MBL, who's been doing this thousands of games a day. Somehow. Mathematically impossible, but still. Yeah, like, this is such an MBL map. It's such an MBL game. But I certainly don't think that Lewis is, like, getting clowned on or anything. I mean, he's putting up a very good fight. But like I said, this game reminds me a lot of the old MBL Hera games, where it's just, yeah, the mechanics are really good here for Lewis, but he just can't quite figure out exactly what he needs to do in time. You can't follow the flowchart if you are looking at the flowchart for the first time, or at least not easily. Play AoE 2? I mean, not surprising. Would Hera have resigned, though? Hera honestly resigns later than most people. I mean, I think he really gets to ACCM levels of not resigning. Anyway. GG called, and MBL will take game number 1. Messy game. Well done on both sides, but MBL was simply able to navigate the chaos better, especially when it came to optimizing his economy, keeping his opponent's economy not situated properly, and that is just a really tricky thing to do, deny the eco in the middle to delay his castle age, but still getting the faster castle age time because he denied his opponent's eco is really, really well done. Good game, though, for sure. All right, that is Mayans over Mongols. Third pick from each player. But guys, if Lewis is... What did Lewis say he was? Top 6 or something? Wouldn't the top 6 player make it further than getting eliminated in the first round of Warlords? Just question. I mean, I don't really know these things. Right. Well, I mean, it's his ability to just sort of will any victory, right? By the way, I have applied to 117 jobs. I just checked. $117 jobs, and I got my first interview. Over a year and a half. Well, like, looking at game time score for information. Oh, yeah, I mean, he's still a very young, very new player. I mean, it's just the overconfidence thing that's funny. I take what I can get, man. Anyway, I'm gonna get more coffee. We're gonna get into Crossroads next. All right. I return. Very early dress here for Lewis. He will be the Red Gregorian Chant number 7. Here to the northwest and to the southeast. Winning game number 1, it will be MBL as the Blue Vikings. Now, something that I remember from the ACCM series is that MBL won all the land maps and then lost all of the water maps. What if MBL wins this series 3-2 because this map pool happens to get one more land map than water map, whereas the last series had one more water map than land map? Wouldn't that be funny, guys?
Win.
All right, Loom coming in here for MBL. He is very early walled here for his safety and comfort. He's got a fishing ship out. Lewis, of course, much later with his dock, but he is docking the other body of water. And this is really smart, right? You know that MBL is going to have a earlier dock than you. You know he's almost certainly going to have a faster feudal age than you, which of course he does. So you can dock over here, and it will still be safe. Yes, it's going to be slower, for sure, but at the very least, he's going to get his own fishing eco down, and it will be pretty safe. Kind of pokey there, actually very pokey on the top. All right, 3 bills on gold there for MB. Gonna go to the another. Might be going to the other hill here to chop some more trees. And MBL himself is going to be going for some men-at-arms to try and take back some map control. Putting up the trees they cut down? Yeah, basically. However, if anything, it looks like each tile of Palisade requires a lot more than 3 trees, or 3 pieces of wood. They're clearly far more than 3 pieces of wood. In fact, it's like 1 tree each. So really, each Palisade should be like 700 or 800 wood, maybe even more. I think that's only fair. All right, gonna be for those 3 men-at-arms. They are Viking men-at-arms, so they will have the extra 12 HP. Small trees on, that is true. Right, a couple of love taps right there from MBL. Lewis, meanwhile, getting his own economy set up nice and safely here at home. Far more stones in it. Magic. That said, although militia are slower than men-at-arms, you can still mitigate most of the damage you take there. I think MBL is being honestly a little too cavalier with his scout, which is pretty weird considering that his scout is in fact not a cavalier, and in fact he loses his scout honestly for free. Looking at the right side of the screen? I mean, looking at the fishing eco, showing that it's 4 to 2 fishing ships, so Lewis has more fishing ships. DBA on its way. And looks like MBL will be coming forward for a tower. Inventory? All right. Mill coming on in here for Lewis at the front, but I don't see any other buildings. Meanwhile, for MBL, also no more buildings. We're now at 4 to 6 fishing ships and counting. Lewis with a second dock. And if MBL's not careful, this is actually going to become really ugly for him really fast because Lewis is already ahead in resources. This tower is... I was just like, Lewis, just go for your own defensive tower. Yes, he is fine. But honestly, this feels pretty bad for MBL. I'm not really sure what he's doing. Lewis is just adding in more fishing ships. Remember, MBL lost his scout, so he can't see exactly where his opponent's gathering resources. Archery range is coming in over here, but it's already out here for Lewis. Double the fishing ship count. No water pressure here at all. Yo, no, Yo's not playing in this set. It's MBL and Lewis. But Hera wins almost everything. Can't be that sad. He got 3-0'd. Fishing ships is Viking? I mean, it doesn't really matter as the Vikings part. It's why not more fishing ships? Seeing 3-0. I mean, I just think that Hera looked unfocused and unprepared. And, you know, Sebastian is just too good of a player to not bring your A game and expect to win. Guys, this game has been awful from MBL. Like, it was a good defense early on from MBL, but he just doesn't... It's like he's just pretending the water doesn't exist. But yeah, Hera made some truly baffling decisions. I mean... It's just so strange, guys. I mean, he's killed 3 Vills, which is great and all. Looks like the tower there will be up in time. Need to be prepared for players like... I mean, yeah. And Hera got punished for it. It's not really any fault but his own, though. Tier 2 3 player? I don't see a world where Sebastian's a tier 3 player. Unless you think tier 1 players are literally just Hera and Leary. But again, I think there's something to be said about most tournament settings favoring them a lot. Like, I would say Hera, Leary are... No. Doubt is tier 0. Literally undefined. That's always how it is. Yeah, exactly. Gonna win this tournament? Nah, I don't know. Like, Hera's lost series before. Maybe change is needed. Like, I don't know why you would have to think the sky is falling. He lost a series that he can still go ahead and win. He can still win the tournament. He just has to play one more set to get to the next round. Anyway, Hulks are here. But, bigger number here than bigger number here. They aren't signing up for those? Indeed. But then, we also have to remember that John Slow tournaments have the best settings, so who's the real noob here? Larry will win this one? I mean, it's still the safe money's on Hera. He's won every tournament of the last several years. Every major tournament, that is. And this is, like, literally the second biggest tournament of the year after Red Bull. Anyway, Lewis with a bunch of vills on stone. He's getting some skirmisher upgrades. He cruising. That's it. MBL has taken a resource lead despite being behind in fishing ships. Well, I mean, of course, Viking Eco is very, very good. That said, Viking Eco is good in the short run. Georgian Eco is very good in the long run. We already have this very well-placed fortified church here from Lewis. And both players still going to be on the 1 TC for now, but the skirmishers are showing up to the party here. Crossbow and Bodkin for MB. Second TC over here to the side for Lewis. Going to play water, and yeah, he's heading everything except stone collected, at least by a little bit. But this is ugly. This is very ugly, in fact. And Georgian defenses are going to be super tough to break. To build enough longships for this journey, we will need gold, and lots of it. There's plenty in the fishing villages of Britain for the taking. There you go. Well, that's awkward. Still, Leather Archer armor is about to be in. MBL is up in the Villagers Guild, so I mean, he's done some good harassment for sure. But it still feels like Lewis is working towards the better long-term victory.
Ja?
More longboats coming out here for MBL, which is kind of interesting because the longboats would necessitate a significantly heavier investment into water. Well, all the ships are going to go down, I guess. Bosaw just now in here for MBL, and I mean, his eco upgrades are certainly looking pretty good. Those villagers are getting idled. Yes! Longboats do melt. Hulks, it's still... The villager numbers are somewhat comparable, but it is more fishing ships here for Lewis. Norwegian player? I guess I really shouldn't. Second TC just now on the way for MBL. And the Skirms are here to defend against the crossbowmen, and they're all going to get mopped up. And yeah, I mean, this matchup's a horrible one-sided slaughter against Vikings in Imperial Age. Yeah, burgers to eat. It is the burger matchup, indeed. More Hulks here for MBL. Forging on the way. Lewis is mining more stone, though, and should be faster to dropping a castle. And thus far, Lewis has also only been taking this forest, and this forest is still completely untaken. Ornlu. Right, Hulks there are, of course, going to easily chomp down on those fire ships. Water changes will come? I have no idea. Petito, thank you for the raid. Wave, yeah. Alright, Ram is going to come in to knock down that archery range. But this game has sort of really slowed down. Oh, he doesn't kill that archer. 2-0 relics, though, in favor of Lewis. He can drop a castle at any point in time he wants, and I certainly wouldn't hate a forward one. Although if it was going to be a forward castle, you'd think it would have been down already, and he's just going to add TC number 3 here on the low ground. Alright, third TC for MBL as well, but, like, why isn't Lewis just walking forward and dropping a castle over here? I wonder if Lewis feels thrown off by everything that's been going on. I mean, MBL is now just taking better fight after better fight. Yeah, well ahead in res destroyed. Castle right there. I mean, Lewis feels like he's floundering, which does feel appropriate for a water map, but still, not what you want. Ships are called logboats. They've been in the game since 1999. I'm kind of surprised you don't know about them by now. Yeah, I mean, 18 eco unit kills. Lewis has lost his entire fishing fleet. His castle isn't in a position to do anything. And now it feels like all MBL needs to do is get a good castle up of his own. He's going to build it up over there. And he's likely going to get a much better Imperial Age time. No, Lewis is using the market a bunch here. And actually, Lewis might be able to get a bunch of bills. Lewis might still be up a little bit faster. That collects fish. Yeah, fishing ships are pretty weird. But they've been in the game for a while. How much? There's still 74,000 left. There's plenty. Lewis is going to be on 6 relics. He's been significantly more diligent than MBL about picking up relics. In both of the games so far. Looks, those are the Hulks. They've been in the game for months now. Aquatic reptile with a hard shell. Alright, MBL is up as well. And yet, Lewis doesn't have much of an army at this point. Yeah, thanks, Fine Smash. Alright, Svan Tower's coming in. Does the map have a lot of stone? Yeah, it's got a good amount of stone, that's for sure. The other way around? Hulk is an adjective. I don't know where the adjective comes from. But the Marvel Hulk would be named after a Hulk, which is like a large, looming, powerful presence. So, you know, the Hulk. But yeah, I don't know if the adjective comes from the ship. That's what I'm here for. And now some towers coming in from Lewis. MBL with a castle forward, though. Volkas. Full drug. I mean, that's where the ship comes from. Hulks? Yes. No, Hulks are a very real thing. The grappling thing, though, is kind of like really all of the ships, except fire ships and demo ships, would be firing grappling hooks for the most part. Anyway, MB's an imp as well. But you will still have to deal with the Georgian late game. Skirmishers are on the way for Lewis. MBL has a huge population lead, though, and Lewis has just felt lost. The relics are all in that fortified church, by the way. But if the Trebuchet can siege up from the high ground, which it almost certainly will be able to, even deletes the house right there, yep. This is going to be a tough one for MBL to try and stop. And right now, MBL really shouldn't have much at all in the way of wood income. Towers, of course, very well placed. So unless, or rather until, more villagers can be ferried over to that wood line, it's going to be quite tough. And now, guard tower coming in, another castle from MBL. Well, any sort of pirate still uses it. Including, but not limited to, the Somalis. Well. Castle is in over here. And yet, we're still clearing up some more space as Lewis. Ours are slowly getting sniped as well. That's going to open up some more wood lines for MBL. Lewis might have to think about wood, like, relatively soon and securing another hilltop, but he's fine at least in the short run. And still just being annoying, but it is just skirms and trebs right now for Lewis. It's not the most exciting army composition in the world. Now another castle here for MBL. He's got 41 vills on stone. Guys, MBL's eco rocks. Get it! Get it! I'm so funny.
Get you out.
Literally, how am I not the most popular streamer on Twitch? Major changes needed too. Rocks? Yeah, because stone is made up of rocks. And so rocks also mean something that is excellent. So it's a double entendre. Alright, this is getting very strange, because MBL's losing these castles at a pretty alarming rate. There are 5 trebuchets for Lewis, and MBL doesn't have anything to stop this. Onager! Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Guys, what if he just cuts the trees? Is excellent music? I think it comes from rock music. Like this line that something rocks. Rock, of course, comes from rock and roll, which I have no idea what the origin of that is. Yeah, it really feels like Vikings just die there to Trojans, I'm not gonna lie. The Rolling Stones? The phrase rock music come from the Rolling Stones? More towers from Lewis. But, I mean, that's what? Gonna be the 3rd castle that's gonna go down in just a second here for MBL? What is MBL spending all those resources on? I mean, Siege Engineers is nice, but there's another castle from Lewis. He still has his wood income. Yep. Monas per hour. Well, got production going right now. It feels like I have no idea what MBL has been doing. He's now getting guard tower. But Lewis has been able to siege every single castle from, like, this small radius. But what are you even going to do with the Treb War win? Okay, that tower is going to be a nice one for Lewis. I mean, he does still need to secure more resources. Lewis now takes the score lead. And I have no idea what these onagers are going to accomplish. We have the lovely Viking guard towers. Oh, he cancels the tower. I think he wants to go offensive again, but nope. They do look fabulous indeed. And only 2 civs get them. Vikings and Teutons. And Teutons are the only ones with keeps and bombard towers. How is Lewis gonna fight that? Lewis doesn't need to fight that. Lewis eventually wins a war of attrition. He's also got 6 relics, remember? Oh, that's a bit of a splatterino. Oh, boy. Like, Lewis hasn't really had to move at all from the safety of this castle. I mean, he's just been able to zone everything important from it. Emil is being patient here, but you can't... I say he's being patient. You need to keep being patient. Oh, splat! Onager is very expensive in Castle Age, but compared to Imperial Age siege weapons, they are actually relatively cheap. Well, that doesn't mean sit under the tower, MBL. But now MBL's got no gold. Is he MB dead? Lewis is going to run out of stone not stone. I mean, he is going to run out of stone, but he's going to run out of wood pretty soon, but he's not spending that much. You can also secure resources over here to the west. There's still 2,400 stone and 12,000 gold left on the map, by the way. Capped rams. But yeah, Lewis getting those 6 relics might be the big difference maker. Lewis never even got siege engineers. But yeah, I just genuinely don't think Vikings are good enough here. Well, it's not rams against Manaspa, it's rams against trebuchets and towers and castles. Tower does go down. He just builds another one. He is targeting the trebs. MBL's just preparing them. Oh, wait, Lewis has secured this area. Or at least he's starting to secure the area. That might be the nail in the coffin here for MB. Keep up! Oh, wait, MBL has no castles. What am I talking about? Like, dude's dead. I just realized it does 0 castles, so once the trebs go down, and they will go down eventually. And one more. Yeah, I mean, MBL's out of resources. It felt like MBL really struggled to find an army composition to deal with all of the tower spam, which is understandable because it's really hard for Vikings, but MBL just built, like, he spammed so many castles all over the place that didn't really do anything, and they were all rangeable from Lewis, and Lewis just never had to leave this area with his main army of siege and skirmishers. That's probably going to be it. Gold, all ahead here for Lewis. He's slightly behind in stone collected, well behind in wood collected, but he's not spending that much wood in the first place, so it doesn't really matter. He also has 50 villagers on food right now. He's got the Georgian fortified churches going crazy. That said, this wood line is still quite vulnerable. But MBL still has no stone. He was never able to get Bugs Vigar either. And he's just gonna get raided to death by Hussars anyway. Six relics. Relic. Relic. To lick again. That's the definition. the upsets today? I mean, there's only been soon to be 2 games played.
Butter.
Yeah, I really don't think MBL... Like, Lewis had a very poor, I think, understanding of what he needed to do in mid-game, but once he got to late game, handing the towers all over the place and just camping this area with his trebuchets and knocking down every MBL castle, and then keeping him occupied at home again with the aforementioned towers and just stray units running around, I think that was a very good approach from Lewis. And MBL just really seemed to struggle to figure out how to close out this one. Anyway, MBL can ill afford to replace any of that. More towers coming in from Lewis. Aren't upset? I'm fine.
Ja.
Honestly, don't hate the idea of Georgians losing Bracer. Yeah, it really feels like he is. I mean, this is the only thing that's going for him. And I do think Lewis would have been better advised to just drop a few docks here and go for a few fire ships to clean all this up. But yeah, MBL is simply incapable of destroying all these towers. Why is Lewis building more houses over there? I don't know. But yeah, this game felt like it was over once MBL couldn't build any more castles, and then you can't make trebuchets, and I don't see how you're winning this game without trebuchets. Especially since this area has all been secured by our red player. Yeah, spawn towers are extremely annoying, in fact. I don't know why it gives you more attack. It should just give you the pass-through damage. And yet people will say Georgians are too weak. Yeah, nothing else really needs to be said here. Very awkward game for both players at different points, but Lewis had the much better civ, and once he got to Imperial Age, he had the much clearer win condition, and he did it. Well done, and 5,000 more gold, almost double the food collected. And then, again, just able to camp those hills with trebs. Need fire archers? Ah, yes. That was Georgians over Vikings, so that was the second pick versus the last pick, but Lewis does tie up the series 1-1, and that is the important thing. That was Lewis's home map, and that is once again MBL being undefeated on land maps and entirely defeated on water maps so far. In this series, I mean, I think it's going to be very close. I mean, I think that MBL has shown that he's a bit of a more well-rounded player in general, but he has just struggled so much on water maps. Longboats on land. That sounds extremely fun and interactive. Anyway, Cliffbound next. A map we really don't see a whole lot. Aztecs, or Celts, or Portuguese would all be good civs for MBL, but I think it's probably Aztecs. And for Lewis... Chinese, I think, are going to be for Mirkwood. For both players. So... Bengalis, Hindustanis, Magyars here. I think either Hindustanis or Magyars are going to be played on Kilimanjaro. So maybe Bengali's here for Lewis, but maybe that's too passive of a Civ. We'll have to see. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone who's watching today. Hope you're all having a lovely Friday. Still waiting. Mine's one. Did I do it back? No, I did it right. I did it right. Alright, I'm gonna get some more coffee. Great casting. I am very good. At his best, yeah. Yep.
Hi.
Alright, you missed nothing. Indeed it is Aztecs, Bengalis. My job interview's on Monday at 12:30. Matinee. It is a matinee interview. Ready to be rid of me? I know, I am. Indeed.
Hey.
All right, Loom coming in here for MBL. 20 pop. Looks like a regular old Metadarm rush. Oh, okay. This is a full-blown Phosphorus. Critters, I have not yet. I just learned I was getting the interview yesterday. And I will be prepping this weekend, though. Ellie was going to help me. What kind of fruit would I be? I'd be a tamarind, because I just had those for the first time yesterday. Like an actual tamarind, not tamarind juice, and it was pretty good. It's a Phosphorus. That's what Lewis is doing. I don't think that should matter too much. Oh, by the way, MBL's up on 21 pop, so much more old school uptime. This map has 2 elephants, though, right? 23 pop up for Lewis. The son of our son. Anyway.
Hey.
Adish.
65 plus 4. 74. What civs represent their...
Hi.
I mean, Vikings and Britons? I mean, that one's... What do you mean? That's like, this is one of the most obvious ones. Anyway, MBL, forward archery range. I mean, he's obviously knows exactly what his opponent is up to, and now it is all going to be... It's just about execution at this point. MBL certainly correctly identifying what his opponent is up to.
Adish. Hey.
There is enough food to click up. Hey. Needs to be a tower here. And there is. 68 plus minus 1 equals funny.
Tuyar.
13 villas right now in stone. That villager is actually in the wrong spot. Archer's coming in here.
Adish.
Plus I.
Hi. Hey. Hi.
I don't think that gets you a rational number, unfortunately.
Tuyar.
Actually, you can get a rational number from an irrational number. I mean, if you square root I, you just get -1. All right, guys. What's happening here? Is it going to be enough stone? You're still 300 and off. That's a bad spot for a tower. It needs to be one tile further back. There you go. Man, I really don't like the phosphorus stuff. I just like the regular FC into unique unit. Call me old-fashioned. But yeah, I mean, you're out of resources at this point. Oh, wait, no, he's... Oh, he bled through. Oh, never mind.
Adish.
And in Phosphor, one, you transition behind it
Clear.
into something. You're up much later. MBL screwing this up, guys. Oh, beautiful trap there. Oh, MBL might be cooked, guys.
Hey.
Bills are having to flee. Archers bleed through over there, but yeah, this is pretty bad if you're for MBL, but... Oh man, this was like my game versus Improvise.
Hi.
It's like, oh shoot, he actually did get out. Freezes? Yeah, that's because Twitch is bought by Big Phosphoru.
Hi.
3 villagers sniped. MBL isn't horrendously far from the castle age, but now the first Ratha is out. Hello, the bad Gnader. He does have a defensive range here at home. He can build a watchtower. It is the Wrath of the Ratha. Oh, gonna get punched down that tower too.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, MBL might very well could be dead here. Doesn't quite have enough food income. Castle Age is on the way. He is in the feudal age, though. I mean, MBL at this point really wants 2 watchtowers. He wants one on the gold and one on the wood. Unfortunately, one watchtower will not be sufficient in covering both. Ratha? I mean, Ratha is almost an anagram for Arthas. Alright. Gonna try and secure gold with that tower and the wood. Skirms are on the way. And he's good? Yeah, but he has another minute and a half he needs to survive without losing any villagers. Or at least not losing many. And the Ratha are here. He doesn't even have fletching. Didn't even have a blacksmith until now. Oh, boy. I mean, thanks to the power of Bengalis, Lewis is only 5 vills behind right now. Anyway, it is incorrect here, I believe, to go for skirmishers. I think you need to go for monks. You don't have the food income to go skirmishers. And Lewis has a huge advantage right now. It's doesn't take that much believing. Yeah, this is definitely where it feels like you need to go full Vululu. Does this work against the Rathas? Mangonel on the way. Like, I'm so all sorts of not sold on this for MBL. Vills do need to repair that, though. I think they should be. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. One Mangonel's out, another's on the way. I mean, This has to be an incredible Mangonel hit. You need a 1-for-0. Okay, well. I guess just get the 1-for-0 trade immediately. Alright. Wait, did he cancel a second Mangonel? I think he did. Oh, he's trying to head a TC! More Rothas, more mangoes are on the way. Of course, going after the market, not a bad idea in this sort of situation.
But nay.
And I mean, I thought that going for a monk defense, like monks and towers, is the way to go here. I've had success with it against the Phosphorus style stuff. Mark it down. Meerkat down. Alright, Ratha's there. Of course, multitasking is essential. Flips a skirmisher right there. I mean, it's still 3-2 mangoes. Good micro from Lewis. And still no bug. Okay, there, just as I say that. Did the Vil punch down? Oh, she didn't get kill credit there, rip. You can't just hashtag what's your elo somebody, man. Also, 3 random villagers chopping wood over there. Sure, why not? Monastery coming in for Lewis. At the very least, he can pick up relics to help fuel this. But this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is why I don't love the Mangonel play against the Rothas. That might be it right there. Both Mangonels die. Nothing dies. What? Oh my goodness, guys. Umbiol's dead? He is MB dead at this point. Is he even gonna get 1 monk out? He gets 1 monk. MBL about to be held. I mean, the populations are still even. But I just don't think you stop this army. Okay, that's 1. But great hit there. Still no additional monastery.
Hi.
Also, relics are going to start to come in for Lewis. Need to pop the monk into the tower. Or you could just get an insta, that also works. Oh my goodness. Monk still stands. There's another monastery incoming, but the eco balance is obviously dreadful for MBL. Much, much better for Lewis. He's starting to get some eco upgrades behind this. I mean, yes, Lewis has a lot of idle time, but his res collected are not that bad, and I imagine a lot of MBL's lead is in wood collected. Oh, you bet it is. Market having to be rebuilt here for MBL. 1k food? The 1k food is very good, for sure, but it's still... This oversells the advantage, for sure. By Ornlu specifically, yeah. Still, this is the advantage of converting the Rotha, right? And why it's you have to be so careful as Lewis is because this sort of thing happens a lot. Will you be able to get the other one? Yes, you will. Okay, that is huge for MBL, and good on him to not panic after losing those 2 Mangonels for free. Relic number 3 coming in here from Lewis, though. Lewis is certainly going to start backing off. And there's another TC on its way. And MBL is barely holding on, but barely holding on and holding on are the same thing here. But likely to get 7 relics over Aztecs is pretty insane. We're already at 4 for Lewis. Make that 5. And that relic is very easy for Lewis to take, so yeah, it is at the very least going to be 6 and maybe 7 relics. A lot of bears on it, yeah. Villabero coming in, Sanctity also on its way for those Aztec monks. Redemption here for Lewis. We could get into a big clown battle, but having the soon-to-be 6 relics in a clown battle feels extremely powerful. Actually, it looks like it will be all 7. Oh. Lewis is like, oh, hi there. We get 3 more Vills, and Lewis has the Vill lead. Atonement coming in too. MBL's got neither of those upgrades. He's rebuilding archery ranges. Yeah, look at all that gold income. Monastery number 2 here for MBL. But yeah, all 7 relics for Lewis. Heck. Horse collar coming in. Lewis securing some more resources. Both players are housed right now, which is always fun. Oh, he's doing the Ornlu thing when he was a kid. The 2x2 housing units. Lewis does need to be a bit careful here. Don't want to get Urathas converted. But he's fine. Is 7 relics? 350 gold a minute? Atonement versus no atonement. One might even say atonement versus no atonement. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, if that monk also got converted. More skirms coming in. More monasteries for Lewis, though, and the skirm's not going to be all that great versus the Bengali monks. MBL isn't getting... both are very true. Alright. Still no atonement here for MBL. He gets juiced, indeed. He gets juiced like a Jamba Juice. What happened to Jamba Juice, by the way? It's like it was everywhere, and now it's nowhere. Well, how else are you supposed to get your overpriced smoothies? Alright, atonement here for MBL. Presumably COVID, yeah. Now, you could get those relics forcibly ejected, although there are monasteries that are safe as well. Certainly no Imperial Age thoughts for either player yet. Devotion coming in as well, though. 18 on food versus 15. Emil's got a ton of gold villagers. However, the relics are a huge difference maker. That said, the big issue right now, guys, is simply... oh my goodness, all mangonels have been converted. Oh no. The skirms are just way too lousy against those Bengali monks. That was really bad for MBL. Every well, he also had devotion versus no devotion. And the monks are, like I said, so tanky. Now I was thinking, MBL's actually going to try and go for that castle. Hold up. That doesn't feel like... whoa! What the heck? This is getting very strange. This is getting extremely strange, in fact. Where's the rest of MBL's army? I guess it's just those skirmishers, which look very small by comparison. Anyway, MBL's probably dead here.
Hi.
Ballistics is coming in. Again, the Res Collected are getting very close, and it's a huge lead in gold and stone. Lewis now at 18 villagers killed. He's got a 20 vil lead. I mean, Bengalis are so much better than Aztecs here. 17-6 conversions in favor of Lewis. Got Petard's queued up. Imp is on the way for MBL, so maybe that is going to be his last best hope here. But also, I think 7 Relics is way too much of an advantage. And again, it's 7 Relics, not 4 Aztecs. MBL's castle might not even survive with the Armored Elephants also coming in. Huge, huge blob of monks here for MBL. And I feel like MBL's overcommitment to the skirmishers was definitely a big issue. Like, all he needed were monks. Like, it was at first monks and then monks and towers. Well, I guess towers into monks and then to guard towers. Anyway, this obviously isn't going to do him a whole lot for MBL. Nothing to stop those elephants. He doesn't... Oh, he does have a defensive mangonel. That is at least coming in. MBL going to try and add another town center, but again, Lewis has gotten way too much value out of all these units. Graphs? What graph did I flash? I mean, right here, I just was hovering over the resources. Seafood, wood, gold, stone, so Lewis now even ahead in food collected. Yeah, MBL losing Cliffbound to the Phosphor is definitely really bad for him.
Adish.
But also, I think this is a great example of Bengalis just being a better civ than Aztecs these days. Oh, this thing? This is total worker time, and this is productive worker time. So this is the amount of time your villagers are working, and this is the amount of efficient time the villagers are working. So it's actually just 2 graphs. Anyway, Imp is in here for MBL. Congratulations, you've got nothing going for you. You can maybe make 1 Treb. But yeah, I mean, it's just completely fallen off a cliff. Alright, castle number 3 coming in. We've got 3 armored elephants and 4 petards in there. This castle's not going to last very long. I mean, of course, MBL's going to try because, you know, he's an imp and his opponent is not. But just goes to show, even with all of the pressure onto the Phosphoru thing... What? Okay. GG called! And Lewis, despite dropping game number 1, took 2 in a row here and getting this very critical win because now the ball is in MBL's court. He not only has to win his opponent's home map to win the series and not get eliminated, but he needs to win on Mirkwood, which is a hybrid map, which MBL has not done very well on whatsoever. Not at all. Chinese mirror time? Indeed. Could be a Chinese mirror. I don't think it'd be anything else. I mean, it could be Kilimanjaro as well. Oh, whoops. Forgot to give Lewis his punto. All right, we'll have to see what they're going to go for. For curing insomnia, yeah. What's my job interview for? I can never remember the name for this title. It's very long. Korean language analyst, due diligence and investigations. Okay, they are going to go to Kilimanjaro next, so probably not a Chinese mirror. Portuguese or Celts versus Hindustanis or Magyars. I would say Portuguese versus either Hindustanis or Magyars. I'd say they're both similar. Celts are probably a much more riskier pick for MBL, but maybe he's going to go for it. All right, 64 seconds. Sending me to North Korea? They really are. They don't have a Korean branch for their company, though, so I'm a little confused as to what exactly they want me to do. sit there and be pretty. I'm pretty good at that. Ancient kimchi super recipe. Take some Napa cabbage, mix it with some chili, vinegar, some shrimp paste, some other spices, maybe some garlic, water. Stick it in the ground. Well, put it in a jar and then stick it in the ground. Hello, woodlines? Maybe. Anyway, it is Kilimanjaro. We'll have MBL in the blue as the Portuguese to the northeast and to the south in the rouge. As the Magyars, it will be Lewis.
Estou pronto.
Orange. So, what do we think of this matchup? Magyars do have a lot of very good aggressive potential. That said, older than doubt? How are you older than the oldest thing in the universe? Remove the Gaia flag? No, this one's intentional. Chinese? So, the way it was explained to me is that around maybe 20% of Korean words are based off of Chinese. Korean also, in some traditional contexts, like news outlets and titles for stuff, will use the Chinese characters on top of the Hangul. But the grammar and most of the vocabulary is isolate. But there are very much some Chinese influences in there, although it's not Mandarin Chinese, it's, you know, as we call literary Sinitic. But yeah, like, there's sometimes Sino-Korean words, native Korean words. Chinese? Sometimes. Well, they don't literally use the Chinese words. Again, they use the Sino-Korean version. But you have two completely separate numbering systems, which is very, very confusing. And if you're wondering, well, how do you know which one to use in which situation? That's the thing! You don't! Years? Dates? Chinese. Counting people? Korean. Japanese influences in food? To a degree, but that's usually a pretty recent development. Remember, the Japanese ruled Korea for 34 years. 35 years. Directly. And then attack on another 30 to 35 in, like, heavy influence. Korea's was separate. The Koreas have been separated, you know, via the Korean War for, what, 78 years? And then you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years where Korea was its own thing. Korea's been basically one entity, was basically one entity from the late 10th century to the mid-1800s. But yes, there's occupiers and colonial rulers, and then there are others. It's never a race for human suffering or crimes against humanity, but in my mind, the Japanese in Korea, the Belgians in Congo, and the Dutch in Indonesia were probably, like, the worst of the worst. Anyway, Lewis is also going to be phosphoring again, by the way. But like I said, I don't generally enjoy ranking human suffering or anything like that. It's just a way of sort of, I guess, getting across to people just how horrible the situation was. Was it? Yes, it was colonialism. Japan wanted an empire. Korea was right there. They found again? No, I don't actually. When was it made? I like how Luce just... Yeah, let's do this again. Why not? Gilbert coming in for MBL as he got himself housed, as is tradition. Oh, nice snag there. Oh, nicely done here from Lewis. Chinese reading and that is extremely confusing, Fodler. But yeah, the grammatical structure from Korean and Japanese is actually very similar. So if you speak native Korean, or if you natively speak Korean and you natively speak Japanese, it's pretty easy to learn the other's language. Like, the words are all different, but the structure being the same is a big help. Whereas it's different in Chinese. That said, the Japanese writing system is extremely complicated, as Fodler can tell you. Yep. MBL is out for blood, but Castle Age is about to begin, guys. And Magyar Hussars, I spoke against their getting buffed, and yet they were buffed many times. Want to be a ninja? I have not. Clearly, I've not done a very good job of getting myself to become a ninja. Alright, here we go! It's another villager snipe, but if anything, MBL got less damage done this time than in the previous game. That said, Magyars are a much worse civ at phosphoring than are the Bengalis, so maybe that kind of balances out. Remember, 80 HP, 10 plus 2 attack, without upgrades. 0-2 armor, 1.5 movement speed, and a 1.8 reload time. Super fast. Oh, they train much faster. Yeah, the unit's, like, legit insane. That said, MBL has a much easier to defend base than last time, so maybe he'll have a better shot. Yes, but you actually don't want that tech because in mid-game, the gold is much easier to come by than the food. I want to say it's 40 food, or 30 food, 50 gold, 35, 45. Yeah, 35 food, 45 gold was a very, very easy to afford unit in mid-game. Well, yeah, it's weird. The MAGAs. Wow. Are you saying that MBL is trying to defend against the full MAGAs? Still a minute 30 off from Castle Age, but it's going to be a tough defense still for MBL. 7 Magyar Hussars on the field. And it's not like Lewis's eco is that bad. Like, this isn't a full Phosphorus. Like, he's making villagers and stuff behind it. Suspiciously discounted light cavalry. Very suspicious. It's Biden's fault. their written language. That's why the Koreans decided to make life easier for everybody and just make an alphabet. And have everything be phonetic. And then they're like, this is so easy. And then they forgot that their grammatical structure is extremely confusing, so you're very sad again. No eco upgrades. He's got the market, man. You're in Korea, liked it a lot? Yes! I loved Korea when I was there. I wouldn't want to, like, live there permanently. I think that as a non-Korean, there's still very much a you are an outsider and you will always be an outsider vibe. Which is, I mean, it's understandable to a degree. It's just a very different culture than America, which obviously is so diverse. But living there for a short while, absolutely. Rolling in those bills. Like, people were very friendly to me in Korea. But I was always, you know, I was always the outsider. It's a little odd to explain maybe to somebody who doesn't, you know, have that experience in Korea. I'm sure it's very similar in Japan. American? I mean, some people in Korea hate Americans. Culture shock? I mean, it's not like a huge culture shock. I mean, it's still, like, I was in a metropolitan area, right? So it's like, big metropolitan city. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. 2 base pierce armor. Not being able to integrate at all. It's a little different because although there are some, let's call it phenotypical traits that you would associate with people from Japan, China, Korea, you still can't really know for sure if somebody is Korean, Chinese, or Japanese just by looking at them. Anyway, gotta be careful here. Now you have +1 defense in as well. Oh, need a quick ball over here. And he's successful. Still 25% more resources collected for MBL, and the Magyar Hussars are definitely not doing as well. Oh, the unit looks fantastic. Always has. Well, MBL is one of the big proponents of the Phosphorus stuff isn't all that good. But that said, this isn't really a Phosphorus thing. This is just a super hyper-aggressive fast castle. Like, he's literally adding eco behind it. You can say who is Japanese. I don't think you can. And I spend a lot of time around looking at Asian stuff. Like, again, there are certainly some characteristics, and people's names can be a dead giveaway. But, again, just in terms of looking at people. Skull size, yeah. About their fashion, it's true that Korean people are generally the most fashionable of the East Asian countries. Anyway, all that's been cleaned up. Much, much better position here for MBL this game. Tell by their eyes that you literally can't. Not consistently, at least. Fashionable bean? Let's say a little more avant-garde. Brighter colors. Japanese fashion tends to be extremely conservative. Chinese fashion tends to be very westernized for the most part, especially among like the international wealthy Chinese community. Well, I mean, yeah, baseball's super popular in Korea. It's actually getting more popular. Words I need to look up. It's funny, baseball became more popular in Korea once they started adding cheerleaders. So basically, you had the ladies can fanboy or fangirl over the baseball players themselves, and the guys can fanboy over the the cheerleaders. It's really funny. Anyway, Lewis has been so diligent about picking up relics all series long. Well, gonna snipe some vills over there. MBL still ahead in eco, although less so than previously. I mean, he does have an eco numerical disadvantage. Dr. Fish Dealer in Korean Fancy? I have no idea what that means. Is it provocative? Does it get the people going? Also, I'd love to visit Bhutan. Seems like a fascinating place. What's OOTP? Very popular in Fancy. Alright, more Magyar Hussars coming in. It is 3 TCs to 2. Out of the park. I don't know what that is, unfortunately. Is that like the Madden games? Portuguese CA. In this context, it's fine. But Lewis doesn't have a huge lead at all. In fact, Lewis has been behind most of the game. So how would he throw a game that you're not super far ahead in? I would say MBL has a decisive advantage, although it's not like an insurmountable. Like, oh, so it's like Korean stuff. Yeah, never underestimate the Hallyu in terms of Asians wanting to buy more of it. Anyway, nice cleanup here. This is what you're looking for, is Lewis. Then the game's... Ah, okay. Well, MBL did get one relic this time. Still no ballistics, though. We do have the Siege Workshop coming on in. Of course, Magyar Hussars are very, very good at sniping siege weapons. University coming in, chain barding armor going to be a big one. You do need to get a stable, though, and I think that's exactly what Lewis is doing, getting the barracks for the stable. Remember, though, Magyar Hussars do not have any inherent conversion resistance. They're not Hussari enough for that. I mean, that still is a really scary army here from both players. Ballistics is coming in now for MBL. He's actually switching back over into the crossbowmen. They are going to scale much better throughout the game, of course, for the Portuguese. And getting a castle up on this hill is huge. And that's really the big downside of what Lewis has been doing, is that his macro's been good. He's done a fantastic job of picking up relics. But he has no middle map control, nor does he have a straightforward route to ever get it. So it's going to be tough for him. Wait, more? Why is he making both? Is he the Scythians in Attila the Hun 1 that go crossbowmen and cav archers? Just cuz. Anyway, handcarts in here for both players. Eco upgrades looking very similar. But the big thing for MBL is he needs to pay attention to where his opponent's army is, because it is the much slower army overall. You can see it right over there, and MBL, being the good player that he is paying close attention. Both players going to be getting ready for another castle in, well, MBL's first castle, Lewis's second castle, in the not-too-distant future. A fourth TC added in here for MBL. But guys, Lewis is caught up in resources. Again, this started out as a Phosphorus, but he transitioned away from it fairly quickly. And now the Magyar Hussars are fully upgraded for the Castle Age. Well, assuming his husbandry son. And this could be exactly the opportunity Lewis is looking for. He's dragging MBL's army away with his Magyar Hussars. He's trying to do it to get this all-important castle up on the hill. MBL has no idea, and the Hussars find their way in. Uh-oh, Spaghetti Mysterio. Critical quick balls there, but yeah, God, I mean, it's just a lot of reacting that MBL needs to do. It's delaying his Imperial Age time. And those 3 Scorpions are actually going to be enough to shoo away the crossbowmen and get this castle established. MBL does click up, which is, of course, absolutely critical. But now Lewis is getting a lot more value, and he's also very close to clicking up. I mean, MBL's losing so much here. He's lost 20 villagers already. This might be it for MBL. Lewis is also up. MBL doesn't have a forward castle here. TC being built forward just to give him some more map control. And where's MBL going to get that castle down? I mean, now his eco's completely fallen off. I mean, it's the worst of both worlds. He lost a bunch of ills and had a lot of idle time. MBL, you need the castle, man. Where? MBL knows he needs to go kill his opponent in early imp, right? Gold free upgrade now? Interesting question as to when exactly you want to get it. He could. But it's so easy to afford when they're costing 2 different resources as opposed to 1. Imp in here for MBL, but I really think he just isn't appreciating that he just needs to just go straight up kill his opponent through the middle, and now this is a thing, and MBL is likely going to be eliminated now from Warlords due to getting phosphored 2 games in a row. Okay, no, he does it back out there. I thought he'd just go and stay and kill all the vills. But now it's going to be 2 castles to 1. You can afford Elite Magyar Hussar. Again, the eco didn't just get better. It got so much better. That is a good conversion. Actually, the converted Magyar Hussar is getting a lot of value there. Plus 4 defense does have to wait to be in, but you can literally just walk over here and, like, what's MBL going to do to stop you? Another castle here for Lewis. MBL is half the stone collect. I mean, he's behind in everything except wood right now. That said, you can't make oh my goodness, guys. It's just the mobility disadvantage here for MBL is a complete nightmare. Elite Magyar Hussar, and of course now they are fully upgraded. It barely takes anything to do that. Oh, MBL doesn't even have any trebs. Yeah, he's dead. Like, he's just gonna lose his entire economy. MBL just not able to deal with this style. Almost all of the units Lewis has killed this game have been villagers, but now MBL doesn't have really anything left, and he doesn't have an ability to push castles and whatnot. Lewis just has to keep spamming units forever. Like, there's literally no way MBL can defend against this, nor is there a way he can push the castles. The scores are still very close, but I just don't think there's an actual win condition here for MBL. Like, Lewis will destroy literally MBL's entire base before 1 castle will go down. Again, look at this plummet here in resources.
Sim. Indeed. Quais são as vossas?
Still missing a lot of upgrades even there on those archers.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
Good micro there from MBL. Eco kills, you can see right there, 69. The old mass Nori is on the way. Again, this castle's gonna stay up forever. And this is, like I said, you can literally just do this. Arb is being attempted here. Unfortunate for MBL, but he just not quite as adaptable as he needs to be. Oh, and he loses the bombard cannon by microing in the wrong direction.
Ao seu dispor.
Like, even if MBL did go for Fate Arias, he couldn't actually build them because they would just die to the Magyar Hussars anyway because they deal so much damage. I mean, Lewis is going to switch into skirmishers well before any of these castles go down. Stupid. It was. What? Are hungry, indeed. We got no castles. No real means of pushing here. You're even attacking uphill, because, of course. Anyway, this should be it. And guys, despite dropping game number 1, getting completely outplayed by MBL in just a very MBL-esque game, Lewis takes 3 in a row. GG wop goal next. And Lewis able to get the win there. Well done. Well played. So, Lewis will face the loser between Leary and ACCM, so probably ACCM. Anyway, Mihai Hart is the next set. And that is the elimination matches. Hart lost to Tato and Mihai lost to Viper. Oh, boy. Hello, Sir Cranen. It's very confusing. Friday evening is nothing too exciting. And both winner and loser advance? What? What? Wait a minute. Oh, that's right, it's not a GSL style group. Oh, this is even more confusing. Wait, both Andy and Parles do advance. Yeah, so it's just a matter of, do you get a bye to the round of 8, or do you have to play in the round of 12? So, Hera doesn't even need to play another set to qualify. Like, that set was literally meaningless for Hera. I thought he'd have to run into either beat Classic or Sato to make the playoffs. You'd want to buy? I mean, I guess. It's just all very strange.
I felt a bit... Like, I wasn't nervous, but I was just a bit shaky, so it was a bit... It was a bit of a disaster game. I think where I went wrong, actually, was... I think I made 3-range CA, which is a bit overkill. I think 2 ranges, then the TC would be the right play. I feel like the 3 ranges didn't really do too much.
Okay, so you were not scared to play longer game against Mayans? Yeah.
I'm not sure. There's a lot of gold on this map, but I was thinking if I can get to just, like, Mangodai Cavalier or something.
Hera's having a great... Hera's got 5,000 viewers
No,
right
what's
now.
the best-
You bet he's
no,
having a
the
great
best
time.
Position against Mayans is to get to like.
How much do you think Hera's made from
step
losing at
dances,
Warcraft?
If you can, something like that.
Yeah.
That's definitely the best. It's obviously hard to afford, but on the map with so much gold, it's possible. But well, I think it was a really messy game. You had chances to win, but it's just Mayans with the lead, so hard to beat. Really very
Yeah,
hard to beat.
I wasn't too sure about the Step Lancers. I wasn't sure if those would do good versus the Eldorado Eagles. But yeah, I think the 3 ranges was just too much. It was a bit overkill.
All right, so then you had some castle placement trying to control the map, but yeah, just Eldorado Eagles. By the way, do you know that it's not called Eldorado anymore?
Yeah, it's called Hulkins, right? They changed it for
Oh,
some
so
reason.
you knew it, yeah? Because in the cast, everyone was talking about Eldorado, like those don't know. I was like, what do I know? And then Mem was laughing when saying Eldorado. I was like, what is he talking about? What's funny?
It's, it's funny. All the things we can focus on fixing, and we're changing names of unique text that's been in the game for the last 20 years.
More,
But,
that's more
I'm not a
important.
dev, so yeah.
All right, so 1-0 for MBL here, and then you did the instant rush. That didn't do too much. MBL read the game perfectly. So 1-0 down, your rush doesn't do much. How confident are you at exactly this moment?
I don't know. Like this Drush thing, I've practiced it so many times. Every single game, I killed like 3 or 4 vills against you, like Andy, Vinchester, everyone I've played on this map. I killed like 4 vills with a Drush, but then I lost afterwards. So I was like, oh, I'm completely dead because I didn't do anything with Drush, right? So
yeah, exactly. So you need to do a lot of damage. But yeah, then you did a good defense. You had a lot of fish and managed to hold with them. So you kind of... But if you check risks collected, it was pretty even. It's just Viking Eco, killing some vills. very messy game, but yeah, you won the late game with towers. Like Georgians is much better than Mongols, right? Than Viking, right?
Yeah, Vikings have no chance late game versus Georgians, right? Like, they have, like, a chance to push early imp. Like, he should be imp faster than me with Vikings, but... Like, on this map, like, you're always pushing up a hill. No matter
Yeah.
which angle you're taking, even if you have the hill, you're still pushing up a hill. It's a bit weird,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah,
I
it's
think
very
the Georgians and the
campy.
hill
in
bonus, yeah.
Yeah, very campy, and at the end, we were surprised about both castles on the left later on from MBL, under the hill. You did really good job. I think the way you won is when you realized you just needed to wait and play it slow with the relics, better sieve, and then you won the game from this point.
This was so... I kept getting nuked by those onages. Like, my vills. Like, I went to make a tower with the vills, like 8 vills. And then I'd look back a second later, there's 8 vills just splattered on the floor. Like, it
What
happened
do you
like 4
think-
times as well.
What do you think about, like, because you wanted to switch to Monaspa very early, just going for your own ages before Monaspa? Like Siege Engineer on your trebs as well. Feels like
No,
you guys
I
are
don't
like
that.
20 on foot early on. Like for almost all Imperial Age, except at this point now you can spam. So
The thing is... Sorry, go on.
So yeah, I think just low economy on edges would make a lot of sense, especially against Vikings. But you were
Well,
winning anyway.
Personally, I didn't like onages because if I went onages, then it feels like I'm just doing what he's doing, just weaker eco. I feel like I just need to hold the hill, few Monaspa raids, and go from there.
Okay.
Also, I was...
Okay, here that was really good. Like that was a really good play. So really good save. You almost killed the. Then I think you had like a good plan, and you Titanic a bit, in the like Titanic a bit in the feudal age, losing 3 vills at some points on the right. But yeah, it looked rough for you at some point here because you didn't have the stone to make a castle. But you were really good at clowning, so yeah, you're a good clown, Lewis.
All right,
Both
are we done?
game you won
No, we're not done yet.
clowning. And
Yeah, I feel like those last 2 games, he's gonna be so annoyed because it wasn't even a game, right? It was just a cheese.
yes, and how are you gonna dream about relics tonight? Like relics everywhere, relics, because that's how you won the last streak. I mean, not the last one, but yeah, the 2 games Georgian and this one you won because of relics. For sure, it gave you so much eco. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think this game was like the one where the relics were the most important because he's Aztecs, so if he gets them, it's like even better for him. So I did a bit of damage. At this point, I feel like okay, the game's probably even. That this was stupid of me diving in with those units, but yeah, at this like stage in the game, I thought in my mind, also that's a stupid mangonel shot. I thought this was even from this point, so if I just take the relics, then I should have the leads.
And you know what, killing MBL, I don't know if you realize, but he made the second TC quite early after he cleaned your first mangonel, instead of going for a monastery. I think that's where he lost the game, because he had like 5 on foot as well. He couldn't create. Yeah, that's a typical clown game here.
I'm not sure because I feel like the second TC allowed him to like get more vills and pull ahead, and then maybe
no, he had
lots of
5 on foot. He couldn't create villages the whole game.
I see. Maybe he wants like defense or something, but yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
Because I thought he picked Aztec because he's like, okay, the relics are so close in the middle. If I get them, I win, right? That's one of the reason we pick Aztec. But then he kind of forgot about it. And you did great job picking them up. And also, yeah, like Bengalis are so good at this kind of game. It's really nice to get.
Yeah.
So yeah, great game. I think you had like a rough start, and then you did everything great to come back.
Yeah, I mean that's every single game, right? It feels like my early games are always needing work. Like the first game, I lost like 4 vills a minute. It's just, I'm not sure. I just feel like in the start of the games, I sometimes just switch off a bit. So I guess I need to work on that. Yeah,
you're a bit. Maybe you have to play bad, so you're on the bad spot, and then you unlock the best version of Lewis. Maybe that's how you need to play. But yeah, MBL had some sloppy moments, and you took advantage of it. And then we'll have last game, this one again. Okay, my question is: did you go forceful because you won with the forceful with the previous game, or was it all planned?
I'm not sure. I played a game versus Neos in the rank ladder, and I almost lost, and I played like amazing. And I thought, you know what? He's Portuguese. I didn't expect Manatam archers. I was actually expecting him to go like full walls archers. That's what I was expecting from MBL. So in my mind, if he goes full wall archers, I get a free FC, and then I can go my unique units. But
Yeah.
he actually went mana
Yeah.
times, which
I was
almost punished
surprised
me.
I was surprised as Portuguese against Magyars on this map to go mana times. It surprised me. So yeah, that's the thing. Magyars can go FC because people tend to wall and play defensive against Magyars.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same with oh, what's the other Civ? There's another cheese
Mongols.
Civ. No, not Mongols.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
My
here
brain
we
is
have some.
braining, but yeah, carry on.
We have some quick walls from NBL that were not the best, but still clean all your units. And yeah, like now you're adding TC. And did you feel comfortable? Like, did you? Because you're fine, but
Yeah.
it looks rough after losing all your unit when you went FC for so, you know.
Well-
But somehow you still stayed cool and boomed, picking up relics. So that was a good play from you. Like not being too scared and not going too all in.
The thing is with this unit, it's quite cheap and it's quite fast to produce. So after I dived in his base, which I think was a mistake actually, I think just running around raiding would have been better instead of throwing those units away. I just dropped 2 CC behind and then just massed up the nuke units. And yeah, I was attacking all that.
Yeah, that's why
sides
you
here,
lost.
right?
You won the game. Yeah, like you did a great job. Yeah, spreading your army everywhere. And then you didn't react.
They still
fast
haven't
enough
even
because
started
there
the
was
Civ
so much going on,
draft.
and you had units that require a lot
Yeah.
of micro, like microing the monks in the middle. And then you got the position, and yeah, just I think you did a good job here. I think also it was rough for him to. His spawn was a bit rough. Like spawning in the corner would be so much easier against Magia Osa. So he kept having holes and like having a like spots you could raid. But yeah, you did a
Actually-
really good job, like holding the middle.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Just,
I think spawning on the side is actually better for the forestry rush though. Because I
Yeah,
feel like
'cause
when you
everything's
spawn in the corner, yeah, you have to cut off a bit more, so...
yeah, I agree. Just long term against the raid here, yeah, you just want to have some farm space. But yeah, like Magia Star feels like it's incredible, like how fast they produce. Like you said, when you have the eco advantage, you have 0 unit, and suddenly you catch up. It's crazy.
Well, it's basically just a better version of a Lycav, which is a lot easier to produce because it's gold food. It's like 30 foods, 45
Yeah.
gold, or even cheaper,
it's
something
crazy.
like that. So it's just so easy to produce.
I like how Memb is is looking like a proud dad looking at his kids.
No,
having
I know.
conversations.
I'm not looking that. I'm just
You
really
like-
having fun because I told you makes you the interview and you didn't make a single question to Luis. You were describing him all
Yeah,
the
but-
games,
exactly,
but he
but
played the
it's,
games. He know exactly what happened. You know. I
Yeah,
love
but,
how you were
it's a
telling
great
him.
skill.
My goodness. Next. What? That sentence doesn't make any sense, Sourbear. Talker, where's the next football world? That's not the part. I don't have a football World Cup stadium. Like, what's the 1, 2? Kansas City's the closest one to me. Yeah, I know. Still waiting. But yeah, it's like an 8-hour drive to my nearest stadium for the World Cup. Toronto closer? Toronto's an hour further away. It's a 9-hour drive to Toronto and an 8-hour drive to Kansas City. So, oh no. Well, it seems like you gotta get some. I don't know what it's called. The get stain outer thing. Go to one of the games? Nah, I can't afford it. Even if I wanted to go to the one that Lisa was doing the opening for or whatever. Texas? No. Chicago area. I've been to Texas once in my life. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's nice. It's just really far away. I'd love to if they had them in Chicago, or even if it was in like Indy or Detroit or Milwaukee or something, but that's just far, man. Hey, Boom. Kansas was in Texas? No, Kansas and Texas are different states. It's in Missouri. The history behind it makes sense as it was in the Kansas territory. I finished the One Piece logic puzzle on my own. Cheater? Yeah. I don't know, is there another good Sporkle quiz to do? Oh, jeez. Wait, why does the NFL have a soccer ball? Alright. So there should be one for each team. My in-state rival is B4. I mean, this should be pretty easy. Wait, is in... Okay, yeah. Logos are in this row, just not in B1. According to the left of B4 is one... Okay, so this is either... Okay, so this has to be the Bucks. No AFC West team is in column 1. Oh, that also means that this is the Raiders. are in the corners. Okay. D2. Rams. No Texas team in column 4. Team I share a city with is below you. Okay. Chargers. And this has to be the Cowboys. E1 is the only team located in the state of New York. Feels New York teams, man. The Bus played his last game in B1 Stadium. To play there on Thanksgiving. Okay, I think that's the Lions. I think this is the line. The rest of the division is in this row. C2 is an AFC team. Yeah. Tony Gonzalez's final touchdown would be the Falcons. G4 is the only publicly owned team. That's the Packers. All the California teams are north to south. Interesting. Bill Belichick's head coaching teams touch vertically. No, my stadium buddy doesn't count. Giants not in row A. That means the Giants have to be here. And this means that it is the Commanders here. Chiefs are in the row that their name starts with. So, is I guess C for Chiefs? Alright, now things are going to get tricky. No Florida team in this column. Wait, San Francisco has to be one of these. D2 is an AFC team. This might be San Francisco. The Patriots versus Lions are both good teams, so yes, that would be a very good game. Are touching over. Well, again, it's because the ball is a foot long. It's not because it is mostly used with a foot. Understood cricket. And they're both more popular than either. I don't know, cricket might be more popular because India is so freaking huge. But in terms of countries that it's popular in, baseball's much more popular, I think. So this is all the AFC East. Countries? Maybe. I don't know. UK? Yeah, that's true. No Texas team. Column 4. Do I support? For American football, the Bears and the Ravens. Accessible? Yeah, it's kind of hard to follow, but we have 2 really good games tonight. No AFC West team is in column 1. E2 is an AFC team. So that would mean the 49ers have to be either here or here. World champion? You're actually getting more international players by the year. Went to your high school in DC? Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, geez, I have no idea what Joe Montana's final team was. A competitive league? No, because the American League is the most competitive one. Too much? Yeah, I'm sure. No 2 teams from the same state are in column 4. All right, so apparently Joe Montana played for the Chiefs last. Lost the team in C1. That is the Titan. Browns are not in row F. So this has to be the Patriots. Up, rip. I forget that this was easy. It was easy, and then it was hard. Alright, I'm forgetting what the other ones are. F. L. I'm missing some more, though. G4 is the Packers. Greater things, good luck to you. Honestly, why do I even cast the second set? It's really not worth my time for all the time we spend waiting around. I don't know, get some food, go to the grocery store. It was 3-0? Oh, boy. Yeah, 3, I heard he wasn't doing well, but I haven't watched literally any of it. The last Super Bowls with... The two teams in the NFC North that do not play indoors are touching each other vertically. Da Bears! A team from New York is touching a team from New Jersey. Failed to download match content. How am I so freaking good at this? Alright, so this has to be the Dolphins and the Jets. And this actually has to be the Jets because the Giants are already there. Udat and A2, Saints. And this means that this has to be the Dolphins. My in-state rivals share this column, so Duval. Also, this has to be the Vikings. I could give you a hint, but I think I'll keep it to myself. What a jerk! Yes, Dolphins are in Miami. Alright, I hear Armenian sounds as we are going to start on Morass. Whoops. Alright, Mihai, didn't mean to get rid of your M. Alright, so. Oh, I did not know that. Anyway, guys, here we are. Heart in the blue as the Armenians to the southwest. And to the southeast, in the yellow as the Italians, it will be Mihai. Very interesting civ here for Mihai. Armenians are fantastic on this map because the Armenian longswordsmen do beat every other early game infantry option. Who would have thunk? But you also have to invest the most into it. But yeah, Armenians super, super good on this map for sure. And then, let's see, Italians? Is this just going to go, like, really fast archers to defend against infantry? Could be an interesting idea. And that's a very forward lumber camp, too. But if you're going to take that more defensive approach, I think it makes sense just to, like, try and small wall that area, small wall the gold, and then be good to go. Have you? That sounds delightful.
Yes, patrastem.
So let us see. 4 villagers on the fish. Soon to be 4 villagers on the fish. Takes a little bit of damage there to this TC, but nothing too drastic.
Ayo, terim tagavor.
Ayo, terim takavor.
Aron terin dagavor.
Yes, terim tagavor. Ramang zerk, terim tagavor.
Alright. House coming on in. And Feudal Age, 18 pop, no loom. Interesting. I think Mihai has this very well planned. Did not see a barracks for the early drush, so you can figure your opponent's going to open men-at-arms.
Ayo, terim tagavor.
And then you just go fast archers. Yep. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Now, is Hart actually going to go for the men-at-arms? That's the question. Because now he has to. Are we going to see the second level of mind game? Oh, I see 3 vills going over to gold. Barracks coming in here for yellow. Hart will have the stronger economy if he chooses to just open anything other than men-at-arms.
Yes, patrastem.
Alright, guys. It will be men-at-arms, or into longswordsmen. Love this opening for Mihai. And there's the range. Eco stretched to the absolute limit, but still a good idea. Defensive watchtower immediately. Again, just a super defensive approach. I do not like this at all for Mihai, though. Why would you do that? What? I mean, Hart's probably like, okay. "13 seconds to Feudal Age." But it's going to be tough. Now, at the very least, Hart is probably going to invest into men-at-arms. Longswordsman might be a bit iffy. I mean, we literally have archers already coming on out. Archery engine immediately for Hart, so yeah, I think he's certainly making the proper adaptation. And his eco's better, like I said. We're going to have Armenian double bit axe as well. And these archers aren't going to get up. Oh, unfortunate there for Hart, but you got to check these things.
Ramang zerk, terim tagavor.
This is so annoying. Oh, nice quick wall there. Still, around a 10% lead in resources here for Hart. And now he's coming up with the skirmishers, and that's a low HP Vil. Uh-oh. Should get it. Loses 1 militia. Not really the end of the world. I wouldn't log. Like a half ram that's a trash unit? I could see that. And now, Age of Empires is going to resume to its properly elegant form, which is, of course, Skirmisher v. Skirmisher. AoE 2 as the Lord Doubt intended. But yeah, look at Heart's Eco, guys. Zoomy, 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 zoom. Gonna be getting well ahead in res, especially food income. He does have more vills here. 11 vills versus 9, I guess. So it's not that much, but still there. In HD, exactly the same. Actually, skirms are worse now than they used to be, because they train slower. Other than that, their stats are exactly the same. I think they got their bonus spear damage from in AOC from Age of Kings, but other than that, they literally weren't changed at all until, you know, semi-recently. Anyway, Scout's going to be coming in, and you will look to develop towards that Scout plus Archer army composition here as Mihai, but Hart's going to be getting himself very well set up defensively. I mean, that's a lot of long-distance gold mining, too.
Yes, patrastem.
All right, Skirm's coming here to the north, and there just is not a whole lot that Mihai can do aggressively. Gonna need to be very careful, and he is. The first scout is on the way. The Corgi has changed positions. Origin coming in too, so Mihai going to keep this very aggressive in Feudal Age, but I don't love this. He already has the defensive tower. He can't build another one unless he starts going on to stone, but if that has happened, I would have liked to have seen that happen already. And now I just don't think he can really apply any pressure. Corgi cam, sure. Maximum loafing. Like a good boy. Alright, 2-vil lead here for Hart. Just looking super comfy. He's going to click up to Castle Age for just a second. He's getting a second archery range. Did I lose track of Hart's, Mihai's army? No, Mihai's army is still getting deflected, no problem. There is fletching in for the one archer, not that it really matters all that much, but... I mean, is this inefficient? Yes. Would you much rather that not happen as Hart? Yes. That said, you are fully walled, except for the wall segment you just deleted. Okay, he did rebuild that one, but it's not what you'd like if you're Hart. Okay, yeah, he's screaming makes the kill there. I mean, again, not what you're looking for as Hart, but he's okay. He's gonna get a Castle Age after that villager. He's still in some danger for sure, but he's got all the stone he needs for a defensive watchtower. Now getting padded archer armor, just the double range production for now. Does Mihai have a chance? Not too sure. It's looking really bad for him. Like, yes, you took a good fight, but you invested so much into Feudal Age that you're just not really doing anything with it at the moment. I mean, again, it's not pretty, but you're getting the job done. That said, Mihai able to find a way to click up as well. That's great. But look at this resource discrepancy. Hart's eco is so much better. It is simply not comparable. And Mihai hasn't actually killed any villagers with this. He's just been banging against a wall. Who else isn't pretty? Not me, because I'm gorgeous. Stonewall's coming in for Mihai, so he might be suspecting his opponent is up a lot faster. Which he should, because clearly Hart didn't invest as much as him, but here we are, guys. Crossbow and Bodkin coming in, and this is going to look a lot like my ladder games, where one guy is up to Castle Age. It's not me. And he's going to walk across the map with his archers, get a Bodker Saw coming in here from Hart. The eco is just so much better, and Mihai's looking pretty dead here. Low elo player? I mean, just play the game. Despite what my stream titles may say, your self-worth is not measured by your AoE 2 ranking. You'll find competitive games you might need to lose several in a row, but yeah, just play the game, learn, have fun, do what you enjoy doing in AoE 2. Try and learn from your games. PC coming in. Having to buy another defensive watchtower, though, is pretty rough. And Crossbow and Bodkin coming in here from Mihai, but we are in the land of doing what your opponent is doing, but worse. It's quite the magical land. Yumilo? Yeah, so. What do I say? Yes, suggesting that people have fun with AoE 2 is a very strange thing for me to say. Tower does get some good value here. Again, I feel like we're, as is so often the case, when it comes to the Vitality players, it's like, oh, this is happening and it's not great for them, but it literally doesn't matter because the eco is so far ahead. Everyone else is still Castle Age? I mean, yeah, Armenians are offensive. Ballistics and Wheelbarrow both coming in now for Mihai. Now, the overall villager count is still actually quite competitive. 2 relics in already, though, here for Hart. And he's getting a 3rd one now. Of course, Armenians are one of, if not the best civ at picking up relics. Maybe Spanish are a bit better now. Oh my goodness, guys. If Hart waited just a second longer to make that push happen until he had ballistics, he cleans everything easily. Hamsters United, I would absolutely support that decision. Kind of buggy. I thought Thoros was a perfectly fine campaign. Thoros himself wasn't very interesting, but you still have Reynald de Chatillon. And that was a lot of fun. Oh, the dancing. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Freaking love it. Second range only just now coming in for Mihai. Hart's had his 2 ranges ever since late Feudal Age. This could be the sort of thing Mihai needs if he wants to make a grand comeback, as the villager count is just completely ballooned in favor of our blue player Hart, who also has the better eco upgrades in general. Oh my goodness, guys. This is some peak hamstering right now. $20 alive? How is it buggy? I think I had to restart once, but, you know, it's pretty straightforward. Anyway, there is no realistic aspect of this game in which Hart is behind. He's on 5 relics already. There is a Mangonel on the way, but... eh. You have to dance. Look at this. Look at this eco difference. It's literally been from the 4-minute mark, Hart has had a notably better economy than his opponent, and that has not changed at all. Nerf? Yeah, it's unfortunate. Alright. This has to get a ton done. That Mangonel needs to completely whiff if you want to have any chance in this as Mihai, but he's going to skedaddle out of there. And now Hart going to go for his own counterattack here. Massive score lead. A lot of that's actually in map exploration, funnily enough. Oh my... oh, you know what? It was Auto Scout. Oh my goodness, he's literally getting the last 2 relics there with the Warrior Priest. Chronicles campaigns? I feel like I'm the only one who thought Chronicles was, like, okay, but not that exciting. It's like, everyone else seems to just love them, and, you know, more power to them, but maybe... maybe there's something wrong with me. Seven relic, like, it's just like the last series, you know, it's all about getting those relics on these 7 relic maps. Is Sforza, is that a joke? Is why they exist? Yeah, that is one of my reasons for disliking them for sure. Or if, like, they do exist, I wish it was a completely separate... I mean, I know it is in a literal sense, like, you go to a different tab, but you still have all the interface for regular gameplay, because they really wanted you to be able to play the Chronicle Civs with the not Chronicle Civs. And also, like, I would just rather have something else. Didn't save us from Three Kingdoms? It sure didn't. Do not support relics. Everyone you support has not been caught up by the big relic industry.
Ayo terim takavor.
Anyway, it's the macro. Has been all game long. Mihai's taken very good fights and is still completely dead. And, like, micro is much flashier than macro, so I feel like people don't actually respect enough how the very best players usually win games just by having better macro. Anyway, yellow's also up, but much, much slower. I mean, not much slower, but slower, and he has no real advantage, and you're just going to be running into freaking fully operational battle skirmishers.
Parevces terim takavor.
Again, like, the micro is not an issue for me at all. Even to get somebody who is as good as Hart is, who is fantastic with micro. Explore. You mean Marco Polo? Ah, boy. 7 relics is so wild, guys. Here's Macro Polo. I thought Marco Polo was a cheat code. Does it mean anything else? Cap? You could shift delete this entire army as Hart, and he would still be in a close to unlosable position. I still wouldn't recommend him to do that, but... Oh, boy. I mean, decent hit there. Again, it's just... It very much doesn't matter. And now with Bracer in, the Mangonel's going to have a much more difficult time pressuring there. Bracer, chemistry. I mean, you're still running into skirmishers with just archers. Castle's in a good spot. It says the eco efficiency was the same, but again, literally from the minute 4, Hart had a better eco, and never once did it falter. Not for a single second of this game past the 4-minute mark did Mihai have a better economy. Was there GG? Yep. Some people just GG after they resign. Some people do it before. I feel like most people do it before, but some people choose to do it after. All right, Armenians over Tally. I mean, that was a second pick, too. But it felt like it should have been, like, a last pick. All right, looks like Cenotes will be the next one in 2 minutes. All right. No, the 2 teams in the NFC North that do not play indoors are touching it. Okay, we already got that one. Panthers directly above another cat. Bengals, Jaguars, Lions, and Panthers, I think, are the 4 cat teams. No 2 teams from the same state are in column 4. All right, so this is both the Jags and the Bucks. Bucks are right there. Where are the Jags? They have to be one of those 3. C2 is an AFC team. I don't know how that helps me. All right, Persian sounds. Let's get into game number 2 here. It is Cenotes with the much less frequently seen Hindustanis here to the south for Mihai, and to the north in the blue as the Persians. It will be Hart, so it's the battle of the caravanserai civs. See how this one's going to go. I mean, Mihai fell so far behind early on in the eco that it's like the rest of the game just didn't even matter. So let's see what he's got in store this time. Already got 5 bills on wood. They have 5 bills on wood. Of course, both are going to go for a dock because that's how you play this semi-open map. For Indians. Yeah, it is pretty funny that the only South Asian civ that doesn't get elephant archers is the one that used to have it as a unique unit. Just had a fishing bonus, if only. Why would Hindustanis even have a fishing bonus? I guess that was to represent the other parts of India. But it's like modern-day Hindustanis having a fishing bonus would make no sense. They're literally not even close to the water. Yeah, Hindustanis are great. I think Gulams probably need to be reclassified as a shock infantry, but other than that, I think they're probably fine. Jatagni also might need to be a tad more expensive, but again, generally speaking, good civ. All right. Early. Somebody needs to go outside, so I guess I'll just be right on back. Ugh. My father berating me for not filling up the car with gas when there's still almost 100 miles. Seems like Mihai's off to a really rough start. There's the gas is like over $5 a gallon. I'm not filling that up unless I have to. Why does it feel like this is looking the exact same as the last game where Hart has an insurmountable eco lead from the jump? The Biden price? Way cheaper? We didn't have the Strait of Hormuz closed. I mean, obviously it spiked during COVID, but after COVID, it was like, I don't know, $3 a gallon. So now it's like 40% more expensive. Oh, jeez, guys. Why does America import oil? Because we consume more than we produce. What's a gallon? Like 2 and something liters, I think. Yeah, America produces a ton of gas, but we still consume more than we produce. Ah, okay, it's almost 4 liters. Races in Europe? Yes, but Europeans don't have to drive as much as Americans do. So it makes much more sense for Americans to complain about the price of gas. Like, my mom has to drive 30 miles each way to work 5 days a week. Price of gas matters a ton. Electric cars? We do have some electric cars here, and they're becoming more popular, although I think... I mean, the issue is that the electric cars require, like, the special charging stations. That's a lot. It is, but that's all, you know, what you have to do. Same city? No, it's like 3 cities over. Well, I mean, it's 3 towns over. I mean, it's all Chicago suburbs. Need the gas station? I mean, I guess if you have the charging port in your home, which I think some homes are getting now, it can work just fine, but obviously that's entirely dependent on if you have that. And again, like, not all gas stations have charging ports, so it just seems like it's a big hassle. And the cars are also pretty expensive. At least here in America, they're pretty expensive. Also, there's a huge truck culture. Not that we have a truck, but a lot of people love their pickup trucks. Why? I have no idea. Unless you're lugging around a ton of heavy equipment all the time, I really don't see the need. Power? Oh yeah, utilities can also be pretty expensive for sure. Anyway, Mihai is up to Castle Age faster, but... like, again, the eco is simply not comparable. To get a bike? Yeah, but you can't realistically bike unless you work close to home. You need a plywood? Yeah, again, like, most people don't actually need a truck. Motorbike? Those are both not actually gas efficient and also unsafe. Is life? Well, yeah, if you work, you know, a 15-minute bike ride from your house, yes. Like, how do you even have jobs that you can do that? Like, it's so hard here to actually get a job that is close to home, unless you live in a, I don't know, because think, like, all the jobs are in the very expensive areas. So it's like, unless you're already wealthy and can afford to live in an expensive area that's close to work in time, it's like a little more than 40 minutes each way. It used to be worse. It was back when I was a kid, she had to drive over an hour each way. But then she got a job closer to home. Anyway, now we're in the Ornlu's favorite time of the game, which is the guy who has a much worse eco is going to go defensive skirmishers. Getting job, yeah, I feel like that should be an issue everywhere. Well, I mean, it's less a matter of states and more a matter of, like, where do you live? Like, we live in the extended Chicago area. But I live probably, like, 60 to 65 kilometers away from the city center. So the issue is that because everything sort of radiates from Chicago itself, you just get this gigantic area of sprawling suburbs that's kind of difficult to maneuver. Is super flat? Well, yeah, so is Illinois. A big garden? We have a little garden, but we also have a fairly small house. 3 fingers. By bike? That seems like it would take forever, on top of being tiring. I mean, that's one of the reasons that people are unhealthy is because it takes so much time to commute. They don't have time to eat well or go to the gym. Now, if you do that by bike, then that's fine, but you at least get your gym needs handled. Yeah, the issue with Hindustanis is that if you fall behind an economy in feudal age, you have no real means of applying pressure in early castle age. Gym? Yeah, I have a gym at home, essentially. Guys, why is this series awful? Already a 1,000 score lead. Of having Gulab? Well, I mean, you don't use a Gulab in every situation. You get hills? I thought the Netherlands only had hills if you were in the part that's, like, really close to, like, the furthest south and southeast of the country. Whereas most people live along the coast. And what an exciting game. It looks like Mihai fell behind almost immediately in economy, and never once caught up. This time it was closer to the 5-minute mark, but yeah, again, Mihai literally behind an eco the entire game. Maybe you could get Black Forest, at least do something a little different. But yeah, your civilization and strategy doesn't really matter if you're just that far behind. All right, Mirkwood's next. Hmm. Okay, Bill Belichick's head coaching teams are touching vertically. I thought he was coach the Browns. Yeah, he was for the Browns. Oh, row F. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is the Browns. Peyton Manning's teams are adjacent, so this is the Colts. I don't like the question. Oh, no. All right, guys, let's see if this game is going to be any different than the other two. We'll have in the yellow as the Berbers to the east, it will be Mihai, and pretty darn close to him in the blue as the Dravidians, it will be Hart. Alrighty. Dravidians super common civ on a map like this. Berbers less so, although they are still very good.
A. Nan tayar.
Nantayar. Alright, got another house coming in there. And the TC's a very slight lead for Mihai, but he has to get Loom first anyway, so Hart's going to be a bit faster in producing vills no matter what. Actually, it's kind of inefficient.
Yenna kattalai.
That said, Mihai's already picking up resources, so I mean, it's very slight difference here in the early game. Fishing ship is on the way for each player. Now we can finish it up, guys. We can finish this. The Panthers are above another cat team, right? Because it can't be the Lions. I feel like this has to be the Panthers. Above another cat. Made it this our Cardinals F3. Figure out the rest on their own? Oh, geez. What teams do we have left? Cheating? I'm not cheating. No, it's not necessary, because we have the Bengals, Jaguars, Ravens, my team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Or two more. We have all the NFC North teams. We have all the NFC East teams. Falcons, Saints, Panthers, Bucks. We have all the NFC South teams. NFC West. Rams. Oh, we don't have the Seahawks. We don't have the Ravens. We have the Browns, Steelers, and Bengals. Do we have the Bengals? No, we don't have the Bengals. We also don't have the Texans. Good call. All right, so Bengals, Jags, Ravens, Seahawks, Texans. Mid-game? I mean, it's not mid-game. It's just early game here. They're both making fishing ships, guys. My eyes clicked up, though. Very, very fast. Oh, wait. This has to be the Jaguars. Two pairs of division opponents in column 1. I'm a Sporkle streamer now. You know it, baby. All right. We are now at the feudal age. 10 fishing ships to 5, though. Hart going with a much, much more economic approach, but he hasn't even clicked up yet, so Mihai wants to do something. He's gonna need to do it now. Bengals on their Panthers. Ah, yes, because they're the last cat team left. It's the Burbros. All right, Hulk is out. We obviously have a ton of work to do right now as Mihai to justify this extremely quick uptime, relatively speaking.
சரி
Got 5 fishing ships, which is at least enough to keep him going for a little bit. The tower is in. I don't ah, there's the archery range. I also like camel archers. And you know what, guys? Hart, not super close
நான்
to getting to Castle Age. He does not have Loom. Even though researching Loom does make your villagers harder to kill. You also have the better Vil fighting capabilities with the Berbers. Barracks coming in for Hart, but well, I guess you do have the extra wood that you get for free. That's super helpful. But use up 3 Hulks. And he's getting double bid axe, so he's not going for a fast castle. And if you're not going for a fast castle, this much quicker uptime is much less of an issue. Also, you get the speedy ships as the Berbers. As the Baybars. Just kidding, that's Saracens. All right, range coming in here from Hart. Could we see the almighty FC Ellie Archer play? I think that when you go up that fast and you know that you're almost certainly going to be up faster than your opponent, you should just go for the fire ship. They still kill the fishing ships just as fast as the Hulks do, and they're so much better with the docks. That's not how this works. It's like a pure ranged attack. It's not like the fire ship that just like spews the 0 accuracy projectile. Like you can't block the Hulk shots. Anyway, some skirmishers are coming out, but you're still not able to click up as hard. That said, his eco's still better. On the dock? Oh yeah, maybe that was it. Hart still has access to his resources. There's no stone income here for Mihai. And it's still 13 to 5 fishing ships. And again, big resources lead here for Hart. Mihai, at no point in this series, has been competitive in economy past the 5-minute mark. Anyway, galley numbers are starting to climb in, so Hart's likely going to need to switch over into the fires. And the speedy galleys are still really nice to have. You do outspeed the hulks with the Berber bonus. Blacksmith on the way, and that will be the other building that Hart needs to click up, although you're still not there quite yet. Still need a little bit more fishing. But, yeah, I mean, these docks are going to take so long to go down when there aren't fire ships involved. And now you're going to get ready to click up here in just a second as Hart.
என்ன கட்டளை நான் தயார் சரி ஏய்
There's a mill coming in. Hart still doesn't quite have the gold he needs to click up. The eco balance definitely not ideal. And the galley numbers are climbing here. Okay, never mind. I think he might have canceled a ship or something. There is fletching in on the galley as well. But with those fishing ships in the dock, it's going to be really hard to try and sail past. And you're still going to get a big castle age timing advantage here as Hart. He's still ahead by 1,400 resources, guys. Holy cow. 500 food, 800 wood.
என்ன கட்டளை
And that also doesn't even include the 200 wood he gets for free, which for some reason isn't included as resources collected. No idea why. Anyway, that Hulk, obviously, no chance against all the enemy ships. And as soon as Castle Age comes in, forward siege workshop, and you're probably extremely sad as Mihai. What are the series tomorrow? I think it was kind of a disappointment, honestly. Yo Vinchester and Classic Pro Sato. Okay, that could be good. Back to the puzzle. I mean, we'll stick it out. Yeah, no lumber camp there. Which means no double bit axe because it's never built. Wasn't MBL Lewis good?
சரி
It started out good. But I don't know, I felt like each game was worse than the one before. Can't close. I will not close the stream until the puzzle is done, don't you worry. Anyway, Castle Age coming in. Give me a siege. Work. Shop. There's a double range alley archer. There's a market. I don't know, man. I just built a siege workshop here and go Mangonel Ellie archer. Okay, there we go. But, like, that's the thing with the water meta these days, is that if you aren't going for a very passive, eco-oriented opening with, like, multiple docks and multiple, multiple docks producing fishing ships. Alright, Castle Age is almost in. Of course, the elephant archers without ballistics aren't hitting anything. Oh my goodness, why did I get a doodle loot? Don't need a doodle loot right now. Alright, medium warships is coming in. We already have it in for Hart, though. I mean, again, he's just ahead in every way. All but one of the fishing ships are gone. 20% lead in resources is just wild. Yeah, I don't know why he's being so passive here with the mangonels and stuff, though.
Well, no.
All right, I mean, the camel archers are a great unit, right? It totally doesn't on African countries. Easy. Easy. You guys want to get wrecked? Cameroon, South Sudan, Chad, Namibia, Botswana, Benin, Gabon, Uganda, Seychelles, Malawi, Equatorial Guinea, Comoros, South Africa, DRC, Mozambique, Republic of Congo, Eritrea, Djibouti, Rwanda, Angola, Eswatini, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Zambia, Togo, Ghana, Senegal, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Tanzania, Morocco, CAR, Sudan, Ivory Coast, Somalia, Algeria, Cabo Verde, Mauritania, Kenya, Niger, Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, Libya, Egypt, Zimbabwe, Burundi, Mauritius, the Gambia, Lesotho, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea. Hmm. 13 seconds too slow? I was just trying to click on everything properly, man. Clicking is hard. Guys, is this game any less over? I mean, the yellow camel archers are pretty sick. Anyway, Heart's gonna get a defensive castle up. Guys, Mihai has 0 fills on food! $18 fishing ships and counting. Just the Berbers. Splat. Splat. Look how little this matters. Again, I'd like to remind you that Homie here has no food income. Doesn't even get the survival there. Ballistics is on its way. That's huge for the Ellie Archers, of course. Man, they're bad without ballistics. Another TC coming in. Over double the population. I mean, obviously Mihai is just fighting on because it's his tournament life, but yeah, this hurts, man. Yikes. That was one of the most one-sided series I've seen in a very long time. Okay, this time there was actually like a little bit of an equilibrium, shall we say. But yeah, it just completely fell off a cliff. Alright, we'll finish this real quick. Then I need to head off for the day. Alright, so the Texans do not belong in this column. There are two pairs of rivals. So this has to be the Ravens, right? Yeah. And this has to be the Texans, and this has to be the Seahawks. Boom! Got it. Huzzah. That's me, alright. No, I had to look up a couple of them. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for me today. Be back tomorrow with some more stuff. We have 2 more elimination matches tomorrow, Yo, Vince, and Sato Classic Pro. So I'll see you guys next time.